Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone, hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and glad to be here. It is Monday, welcome in. Hello Alex, hello. Good to see you. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm just setting my timer before I forget off the bat. Hello. How was your guys' weekend? How was it? Krahazek, hello, welcome in. Hi. Okay. I have reference open for what I'm going to need for today, I think. Okay, I'm all good. Yay. Okay. Things should hopefully work. I hope I have managed to debug the bugs. We'll see. And I know there's one that's still a bit shaky, but I think I've managed to debug most of the bugs that plagued me last week. Hehe. It has been wild since last stream. A lot of IRL madness happened. And we survived. I think that's the main thing. We survived. I did manage to put a little bit of work in on the commissions as well. Some work happened on Stephen Afro's thing that I can't show you guys yet. And a couple more backgrounds happened on Fermiari's work as well, which is what we're going to be continuing on today. So it has been a weekend. It's been insane. After this, as far as I can tell in my waiting list, I've only got a couple of your character here reactives that are waiting for me to have capacity again. But after these two animatics, it is gonna be focusing on getting Sishian's VTuber model finally closer to completion, because that has been taking the back seat now in our mad dash to survive July. So I want to put focus on him and get the your character here's out in August. I think that is going to be the plan for now. Realistically, that is the plan for now. But yeah, here we are. Hopefully I will be able to put more time into Project Misthaven in August as well. We'll see. But I'm finally starting to feel like I can think again. It's just been shoulder to the grindstone. So yay. Hopefully. Hello Brad, welcome in. Good to see you. Alright, so good thinking is good. Yeah, sometimes thinking is good, sometimes thinking hurts. Today thinking is a good thing. Today thinking is a good thing. It's a sign that the brain fog is starting to clear. So let us migrate to where we're gonna be for the day. And of course I need to just reset that thing because I forgot to test it again. One moment please. Hide, deactivate, activate. Show. Yay! Okay, and I want you to be let's go. Where are we gonna be? Yeah, here. Here's good. Okay, so this is where we're gonna be for today. Alrighty. Now, let me think. I actually also wanted to move one more thing that I forgot that I wanted to do, but yeah, let me just move that quickly before I completely I completely forget again. Eek, I wanted to put that up there. And slightly smaller. There we go. Because it was bugging me. It was bugging me where it was. Okay. So, this is the next frame that we are probably going to be working on. I have put a little bit of extra work into things. I've got my storyboard now in the layer above our final frames here. Let me just scroll up and make sure. Yeah. What I do want to do is just show this. So what I've done since we were last here is I've extended my canvas as well to just give us a little bit more space to work with, and threw on a crop mask as well. I think the crop mask has been on here the whole time, but it just hasn't been really visible, to just give us an idea of what we're actually seeing in all of the different frames. So we've got our sunset corrected in terms of what that actually is going to look like. In terms of final colors, I figured out what kind of color blindness I was trying to emulate, so we've got that sorted. We've got some foresty shots that are now in place. We have words that are in the wrong place now. On that note, also words that are now in the wrong place. And I'm just going to hide our crop mask because there's stuff that we're not seeing now. But you can see there's a lot of bleed outside of where we've actually been working. Getting things where we need them. So as soon as I've got the last of the backgrounds in place, then I'm going to start throwing in mascots, and then I'm going to actually start throwing in our actual character, Miari herself. So we are getting through a lot. We're getting through a lot in terms of progress. So we shall soon be at a point where we can focus on character. I think I wanted to work on this one first. I think this is the one I wanted to work on first. Which requires the duplication of this. And the resizing thereof. There we go, that should do the trick. Move that one up. Actually, what I want to do is I want to take this and actually take this entire sketch and zoom it out as well. Because I actually want to draw everything bigger than what we're going to need it. Because we've got this zooming shot that we're planning for, so I want to actually plan for when it is pretty much at its largest size. Something like that. Okay, now I need to do some corrections, because what will have happened with stretching this is that it will have pixelated a bit. Because it's a bit fuzzy, it's difficult to see, which is a great thing to start with. So we're just going to do this. We're going to start with a 2 pixel blur. A stiff sharpen, and a remove JPEG noise. That should get rid of the worst of the pixelation. It's not a perfect upscale, but it will do the job. Okay. Now, let me see, I wanted to also grab... Let's see what I can grab of this copy. That needs to go behind, obviously. Move that down. Something like that, okay. The trick when it comes to doing something like this is when you can reuse assets, you reuse the assets that you've already made. Sometimes it takes a little bit of tweaking, but it is worth it. There we go. Especially when it comes to background assets and things that can get kind of shuffled around a little bit to confuse the eye. It's a helpful trick. Of course, we spend our lives waiting for little blue bars to creep their way across screen. And there we go, thank you. So for this frame, that's actually the grunt work done. Yay. Save button. Before all else, save button. Okay, and then the next thing that we need to look into is going to be... Next thing is going to be... Are we going to start actually populating this, or are we going to... No, we're not going to populate this yet. Let's just plow our way through backgrounds first. Otherwise, I'm going to get myself distracted with being in different stages of the process all the way through. So... this one is an action shot. This one's an action shot. So we've got a point of focus, and what we need to do is we need to get as many elements that happen here to kind of point to where that starburst is coming out from. as possible, because I'm going to put a thing there that's important. I'm going to put a plot relevant thing there. So I need to actually reassess the layout of this terrain accordingly. So I'm just going to reduce that opacity. And what was that? Is that important? Sorry, just need to check. It looks like it was ignorable. Okay, we're safe. Cool. Okay, so let's see. The main features that we've got here in this area are hills to give us a sense of depth, and also to just hide where the trees are starting as well to an extent. And we've got a little stream, and we've obviously got these various trees. So what I want to do is, I know that we're going to have our character in this section here. So we want to inform the line, or reinforce the line, with the shapes of our trees and so on. So I'm just figuring the general shapes out. What's going to be here, I actually want to sort of frame a little bit, so I'm going to ignore that back tree a bit. Throwing in some shrubs over here. Use the slope. Use the stream. There we go. So that's going to be our plan. So now what we need to do is we need to go one down over here. And firstly and foremostly, let us apply a foundation for this lot. And I want to give it a little bit of an upglow over here to frame what's going to be happening over here. what I want to do is I want to grab that color. Yep. We're going to start with a sort of a wash, and then I'll remove the colors as we don't necessarily want them. So that's going to be actually, no, I'm doing this wrong. I want to keep that in the back here, because at this point we're looking at the background layer. Now what we're going to do is we're going to invert this, and just over here we're going to grab a slightly darker grey, like so. Clear that. Clear a little bit more of this. And a little bit. More like so. Alright, hide the hard light again, grab that one, and soften this one significantly because, yikes, it's too dark. By long and a ways. Alright, come back over here. Alright, that'll do. Good, 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 good. And now what I want to do is I want to pull a little bit more of this blue into the equation. And just change the saturation because it's too bright now. There we go. Okay, so for layer 1, that will work there. Now we've got to do the furthermost hill. Okay, that feels too dark. Let's just lock that. Grab you. That looks good. And then we're going to come over to you. Yep. And just throw some texture on this. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. We'll start with that. Grab you. Add a little bit of a lighter gradient like so, because we don't actually need too much texture at that distance. Until we get closer to our stream, which is going to be the next layer forward. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go and make something that's distinctly darker. And with that, start putting a sense of cobbling. In here. Some pebbles to just fill up the banks. This is very, very messy in terms of how I'm handling this, but I think it's gonna work in the end. I have half an idea of how I want to get this water to render nicely. So that's a good starting point, is to have a half an idea. Okay, so now just use our paintbrush to just make some of these a little bit more like rock. And airbrush, I'm just going to scale this down a bit to just soften some of these. Because some of that is maybe a little bit harsh. Okay, good start. Now we come over here and we start defining a couple of more distinctive pieces, and at this stage I'm going to get rid of our sketch because that's not helping anymore. And that is a hydrate timer. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Good start. Next timer on. There we go. Okay. How are we all doing? Does anyone have any interesting stories from the weekend? I was kind of just on the work grind in between IRL madness, and it was not something I can really give any description on, other than I ate, I slept, I cleaned, and I did art. That is my weekend breakdown. What did you guys do? Nothing much. Went out with some mates to drink. Oh, okay. Well, glad you had some fun with your friends. Okay, we're starting to get something that's starting to resemble water. That's good, that's good. Okay. So getting somewhere. It's starting to resemble water, slightly. Trying to get water to look like water when you've not actually got the benefit of color to assist you is interesting. There we go. Now come back to this rock, give it a little bit more attention over here. Getting there, getting there. Okay, I think we've got something that looks a little bit like water now. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to get my cloud pencil, make it way smaller, and just add a bit more texture to that rock, like that. There we go. Sushian, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm good, eating cookies at the moment. Oh man, now you just made me jealous. Ah. Ah. Gasp. I hope you enjoy your cookies, Sushian. Are you not going to share? Gasp. Do you want some? Sushian, if there's one thing you will yet learn about this bird, it is that she can be bought with cookies. I don't generally have much of a sweet tooth, but I am weak for cookies. Okay. Deal. Now I know if I need to comment, then I'll just give you cookies. Well, the cookie fund will be a thing eventually, right? Once all of the extra chaos has died down, it will end up being a cookie fund. Nope, I want to be here. Okay. That should give us what we need for that one. I'm still not happy with how this is displaying. Let's just clear and redo that. Let's just clear and redo that, because that was not gonna fly. That's a bit better. Okay. Yeah. I got my daily drink of dopamine. Ah. CL, hello, hello, good morning. Just gonna be lurking while I do stuff. I hope that you're productive, CL. Thank you for joining in for lurking. Best of luck with your productivity. Now, what did I do over here? I almost got the right line. That's fine. Close enough. Close enough. And now I can get that away. Good. That's gonna be a decent-ish blend between the two, I think. Now we just get this hill nice and grassy. I'm going to add a little bit more roughness over here. Actually take away some of this. And let's add a little bit of extra greenery. That'll do over there. And what I want to do is I have foliage that I want to apply, so I'm going to lock this opacity, apply foliage, there we go, and we return to our application of some grassing. Okay, that should do the trick. Now what I want to do is I want to just give this a bit of a blur over there. And then clip a layer and hard light. I think I need different foliage here. That'll work. Something like that. And now what I want to do is I want to, in between here, create a multiply. And just use that to just give us a little bit more dynamic in terms of the shape of the terrain. Something like so. Although, let me see, if I do this, what's this going to do for my contrasts? Because I know that I want character to be here, I don't necessarily want character to be surrounded by darkness just yet. So let's see, I want to do this. Empty. Darken this slot a bit. So that our focal point from where things are coming from and where they're going just works a bit better. Okay. And now we need to plant a tree. So, next layer. We plant a tree. It is going to be a darker tree. There we go. Nearly there, come on. Okay, that will work for this tree in terms of shape. The other ones I'll put on the layer further back. Grab you. Smaller. There we go. Starting to get somewhere. There we go. A little bit darker. Just get some places to have a bit more depth. There we go, there we go. That'll do the trick. Now I want my cloud pencil, and I want that. I want to just throw some lichen on this. And multiply. And just pour in a little bit of canopy shade. There we go. And here we're gonna grab this, and I want leaves proper. Grayer. And smaller. Now slightly paler, slightly greener. Okay, and another set on the top here. Just to get this convincing. Okay, that'll work. How much of that tree is actually ever going to be visible, we don't know. That depends on the final assembly of the edit. But enough of it is there to work with, which is important. Okay, so that's that tree. Check. Now what I want to do is I want to just hide over here so that I can come in here and just muff up the root entrance or the root contact point just a bit. There we go. And down here, this is the slope. Yes, yes. proper contact shadow. And last thing that I want to do on this is just not put a ruler down. Add a little bit of a dimensional shadow to this. But if I'm going to do that, I need to have not done that because I did the stupid. I need to unmerge those first because I was hasty. Come on, Harrier. Back up. There we go. First that, and that is the hydrate timer. So everyone, let us all acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and let's take a sip. What are we all drinking? What are we all drinking? My coffee is now cold. Joy. Water? Of course. Old Faithful. I have a little water for now. Ah. A little water is better than no water. A weak cordial? That's a nice one, that's a nice one. Zany, hello, hello, welcome in. Nothing yet, just got out of bed. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to consciousness, you have my condolences. Because nap time is nice. Alright. Okay, so that'll do it for this particular tree. Did I just hit the save button? Is that why it's freezing? I think so. Yes, I did just hit the save button. Okay. If you have not yet done so, if you are working on a computer, hit the save button. That sounds like a reasonable idea right about now. Hit the save button. I feel like I can afford to put a little bit of this color mottling very loosely in here, because that does not look like it would be strictly in red hues. So just a smidge. There we go. Okay. Now, how important are the others? I would say important enough. Let me add those in. So So for these, I want to be at, I think that color should do the trick as far as contrast goes. We'll see. That ought to do the trick there. And then last one. Ew, this one is not vibing, but you know what? We'll fix it. Let's get rid of the sketch. There we go. Now I can see. Gnarled old fellow. Okay. That'll work. And trim you down. Okay. So as far as our trunks go, I'm happy there. We're just gonna do super light and rough contouring here. Doesn't need to be detailed because it's far away. So we want enough to get a sense that it's textured enough to be close enough to see. But it doesn't need to be like super detailed. Okay. Canopy shadow. And a little bit of blue in there as well, just to throw in that little bit of extra depth of hue. Then over here, instead of using the brush that has actual leaves, we're going to go back to our cloud pencil. There we go. And one more. Okay, that should do the trick here. Now if I show you guys... There we go. Let me just lighten these ever so slightly because they're a bit too dark now. The same goes for this lot. Edit tonal correction. Dial up our luminosity. Dial down our saturation. Here we go. Okay. So background for this one sorted. For now. For now. No. First. Here. You. Okay, and just blow these a little bit because it's just a little bit too sharp. There we go. Okay. And a little bit more. Gray in there. Okay. Okay, that'll do the trick there. That'll do the trick there. That's now actually looking a bit more like water. But it needs a bit of actual white on top still. There we go. That is close as I'm gonna get it. I think that reads like a stream. I think? Am I insane, or does that actually look like water? I don't know. I don't know. I hope so. Good enough. I hope. Okay. Save button again, just for safety. And then check our crop. You know what I need to do is I need to do a merge visible to new layer. Okay. And we're gonna do motion blur. Find the right angle. You know what? That's the wrong blur. It needs to be a radial blur. From there, what's going on? Why are you not previewing? Okay, let's just let it process and see what happens. Because I can't think of any reason why it shouldn't behave. But now we watch a little blue bar creep its way across the screen. Okay. So far, so good. We've already got 2 new backgrounds down. Woohoo! This is, at the moment, what we're trying to achieve. Just going to do effects. If it doesn't work, then it's fine. Why do you put the tree in italics? Because I am using it to help emphasize what will later be motion lines. Yeah. Ah, there we see the processing finally start, and it was way too aggressive. Do you see that? Wowee. Okay. So at the very best, we're going to need to reduce the opacity on this. Otherwise, I'm going to need to do this again. Just tone it down by a lot. So instead of being like 14, I think let's try like 6, maybe? Somewhere around there. Because this is currently looking a little bit too warp drive-ish. And while we want to get the sense of speed, it's maybe just a little bit too much speed. How's it going, Dr. Burb? I'm surviving. We are slowly but certainly getting through all of our big projects that we have been doing battle with. Ooh, about to order some food and don't know what to get. Any suggestions? Ooh. Chicken is always an option. Spicy chicken is always an option. Spicy chicken is always an option. But that's just me. Yeah, I usually don't know what I'm, craving on the best of days when it comes to deciding on what food I want. So like on the day that I think, today is this kind of a food day, that is a very, very rare thing. Like I have days that I straight up just have no idea what I'm in for, and then I'll just eat whatever happens to be most readily available at the time. Spicy chicken, got it. Spicy chicken is always fun. If you are someone who is good with spice, yeah, then spicy chicken is always good. Spicy chicken, most people will agree, is like legit. First thing that came to mind, buffalo wings are life. I live in a place where it's never spicy enough for me. Oh, yeah, that is fair. There are some places where they do not know what a chili is. Shame. Okay, so we're gonna try that again, but this time with a smaller strength. So let's try. Compared to Asia, at least. Yeah, Asia is not scared of spice. Asia is not scared of spice. One of these days when I am out of deadline prison, and I can actually be in the kitchen again, I really want to do my guesstimation of what I assume is probably the closest thing I'm going to get in Fort Misthaven to fried Korean chicken again. It has been too long. Oh. We do it with boneless fillets, and we kind of make like nuggets out of it because the bones are just annoying. But yeah. And we don't also have necessarily the exact same kind of ingredients, so we kind of have to sub in, and in terms of getting that right, trying to get something that could be possibly authentic is difficult. In terms of flavor. In terms of texture, it can't be authentic because we don't deep fry stuff in my household. So it's just like pan fry, but it's close enough. We just don't have the guts to deal with used oil. I like a buffalo wings with a blue cheese dip, but I know that's a polarizing choice. No kidding. Never understood why most people prefer ranch over blue cheese. That would be because of the blue cheese. That would be entirely because of the blue cheese. I have no idea what's in ranch, honestly. But some people just don't like the idea of moldy cheese. Okay, so that's better, but still a bit much. It's still looking a little bit much, so try again. Six was too much, let's try 3. Okay, let's see. Did it take? No, it did not take. That blur made it look like I took 10 shots of vodka in one sitting. Yeah, it was too much. It was way too much. We want to give a little bit of a sense of speed, but it was way, way, way too much. So we're just doing fiddling and fine-tuning it down. I get the blue cheese thing. I guess my point is more that ranch is just meh to me. Yeah. I'm generally not a sauces person, so... It's neither here nor there. Like... I don't ever... When I'm having a salad, I don't ever put a salad dressing on or anything like that. I hate soggy leaves. Oh, I hate soggy leaves. But like the idea of like if I get a steak or whatever, I'm not gonna get a steak for the sauce. I'm gonna get a steak for the meat. You know? It's different from when you're making like a pie or something where the sauce is actually the main thing. Or like a bolognese or a stroganoff. It's like where the sauciness is the actual recipe of the dish, but like yeah, I generally ignore sauces that you dip stuff in or drizzle over things. But okay, that I am happy with. That gives us speed. So this one is gonna be speed blur. There we go. Depends for me. If it's dry, then it needs some sauce. Yeah, it does depend on the thing as well. Like sometimes if like chicken is overcooked and it gets dry, then yes, then some sauce is nice. But usually when that happens, I usually defer to something like a sweet chili. And the blur looks good now. It's not too intense. Yeah, I'm happy with that blur. It feels fast, but you can still more or less see what's actually happening in the terrain. Also, buffalo wings ain't buffalo wings if they don't have the sauce. You know what? Fair. Fair. But not all meat needs sauce. No. Correct. Correct. I'm also picky when it comes to bastings. For meats, now that I think about it. Like, I really don't like sweet bastings. Like, don't give me barbecue. I do not want my meat tasting like sugar. What is buffalo wings? It's like chicken that's drenched in sauce. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. Like, and I know what I just said about I'm not necessarily a barbecue sauce person. The culture divide, yes. Yeah, I will eat meat in combination with fruit very readily, but I want my meat itself to be savory, preferably salty. Like, if you're gonna treat me, give me a salt-crusted steak. A salt-crusted steak. Mwah, gorgeous. Do not make my meat sugary. Pineapple on pizza is the best. I will not deny it. I'm in pineapple on pizza enjoyer. I also do things like peaches in a chicken roast or strawberries in a salad. Like strawberries, gooseberries in a salad with the broccoli and feta. Like raw broccoli, and feta, and cucumber. It works. It really works. Like, you can live very comfortably on meat and fruit and cheese and milk and yogurt, like, and eggs. You can live very comfortably and have a wide range of very tasty foods just off of those. I still want to try the grilled pineapple thing. That sounds good. I want to try it. I still want to try the grilled watermelon thing. Buffalo sauce is generally something like a mix of a hot sauce, butter, vinegar, and maybe some other elements like garlic. And then you coat the fried chicken wings in buffalo sauce. Okay, so that's what the buffalo sauce is. Okay. So, spicy, a little bit of sour, a good bit of butter. I can get behind that, yeah. Yeah, the garlic is necessary because otherwise garlic and salt and pepper you can't do without garlic and salt and pepper. Chicken also enjoys clove as well as another spice. Chicken really likes cloves as another spice. Like pork likes ginger. Pork likes being seasoned with ginger. Salt, pepper, ginger. Perfect pork every time. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. I think the next two share the same background. Yes, they do. Okay. Spicy, tangy, creamy. Some versions may include some honey or Worcester sauce or cayenne. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I know I just gave the... I think it's the Afrikaans pronunciation for Worcester. I don't know if the English pronunciation pronounces the W as a V or as a W. In Afrikaans we just say Worcester. In my house we call it disinfectant. Just to confuse people. I'm just finishing the coffee because it's cold. Don't worry, none of us know how to pronounce Worcester. We just choose one and go with it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, it's just fair to, at this point, not stumble over it. Like, you could go all pedantic and call it Worcestershire sauce, but you know that you're not pronouncing it correctly at that point. You just know it. You're just trying to be irksome for the English at that point. Okay, how many of these have I still got left? I've got one. Most of us say Worcestershire. Oh, yes. That's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable sounding. Like, I know that the RCE generally gets skipped. But yikes, okay. Yeah, English is weird. English is just weird. Let's just leave it at that. English is just unapologetically, irredeemably weird. Didn't mean to stun lock the verb. Yeah. English is so weird. Where's Shister over here? Oh my. You see, this is why my household calls it disinfectant. Hey man, that may be true, but I'd argue all the languages are weird. People just like to single English out more. Well, the difficulty with English being a Creole language that has aged out of Creole status is that it has 5 pronunciation systems and can't agree on which one to use for what class of word, because it's got vocabulary from all of the languages. So it can't decide on a pronunciation system. Go back 500 years and you were just speaking German, basically. Then it at least had, okay, you know which pronunciation rule set you're using. But you look at English nowadays and it's like, okay, that root word, is that Germanic? Is that Latin? Is that Norse? Which pronunciation rule set am I using? Is it Celtic? Because all of those apply. It's one of those words I forget how to say every time I learn it, so I just default to something easy. Yeah. I don't even like it, so lucky I don't have to say it. Which, yes. Just all of the pronunciation rule sets. Let's just float our way through it. And that's why the different accents have such different ways of handling vocabulary, honestly, because people kind of just regionally decide for themselves what kind of pronunciation rule set they're going to use for a different thing. Does anybody who learns a language natively really think about the weird parts of their language, though? Sometimes. Like, I learned how to read by sounding out the words. So I read letter for letter, not by word shape. And with that comes a thing that when you are looking at a new word, in order to internalize, okay, what am I actually seeing, you try and hear it. English is my first language. Often think words are weird. Yes. That's a load of baloney. Yeah, baloney like that is another weird word. I think about 2 weeks ago was the first time that I ever saw that word written out. Honestly, it was the first time that I ever saw that word written out. I'd heard it a lot, but I'd never seen it written out. It's insane. I don't know how I managed to go baloney for more than 2 decades without seeing it written out, but yeah. I just not seen it. It's crazy. It just means that, yeah, as Zany wrote it, yeah. Like it's not a thing. It's not a thing here. Like it's not a thing here. Like we've got, as far as the dubious mushed up meat product here, we've got polony, but that we do with the pronunciation, with the writing of the NEY, yeah. Oh wow, you guys are going too fast for me. Hold up, one second. Reminds me of a clip I saw of a JP VTuber talking about how they find it curious and differentiate light, right, and right, yet in Japanese the word kami can mean god, paper, or hair. That's true. I have a sentence somewhere that makes no sense all of the sense, and I can't find it, I'll throw it into the server. Okay, cool. I had the reverse. I have seen nougat often, and only just heard the word the other day. Yeah. Weird things in any language. They're just not as difficult to native speakers. Yeah, so yeah, it all just depends on how you approach language, really. I think it's a very fascinating topic. Not that I'd ever really study it in depth, because I've got better things to do with my time. And I'm not a scholarly sort. But, like, mad respect to every linguist out there, because, man, it is interesting. Like, linguists and accent coaches are, like, next level. To be someone who is well versed in phonetics is probably one of the most intriguing things, I think, as a skill in one's repertoire. It's just like to know and be able to understand phonetics, so that when you see the phonetic description of a word, you can actually pin it down or be able to notate how someone speaks in their particular accent and dialect. It is a very, very interesting thing. Now I need to get back to this. Am I going to steal a tree line again? Yes, I am. Why? Because it is going to be effective. I'm going to steal you. Why? Specifically because you're still in that color scheme. But then I'd argue, since there are probably more native non-English speakers trying to learn English than the other way around, that creates a perception that English is more disproportionately different, weird than it really is. Yeah. But I think, once again, it comes down to English being an old, what used to be a Creole language at the end of the day. A lot of other languages have their origin points, but have matured, and their pronunciation rules may have changed over time, but they've stayed relatively close to a single archaic root. But for something like English that has a whole bunch of archaic roots, it gets really difficult. I've heard that English has like 5 languages in a trench coat, which is somewhat fair. Yeah, it is 100% 5 languages in a trench coat. It is insanity. But then again, we don't have things like definitions that depend on tonality, for example. Yeah, like we don't have tone shifts or pitch accent or anything like that. We have emphasis accent. So when we want to accentuate something, we'll have that on a word that we want to deliberately pull forward in a sentence to express its importance. Or like 2 different alphabets. Yeah, like the fact that we've got 1 alphabet is helpful, if only we could figure out how to actually spell things, right? But yeah. Like, the one thing that separates, for example, what would look like a homophone between English and something that's got a pitch accent, for example, is that with words with pitch accent, you don't necessarily need context to know which word you are hearing. Like the one that I remember is rain and candy in Japanese. Ame and ame. So Rain goes down, so the pitch accent goes from high to low. Candy makes you smile, so the pitch accent goes from down to up. And you don't need context to know between those two words that have the exact same two syllables, okay, which one is which, because you've got the pitch accent to tell you. Whereas lead and lead, without context, you have no idea whether the first lead was too direct or if the first lead was the material they make weights and bullets from. But then don't some different regional accents pitch up and down differently? Slightly, but for the most part, people will learn what they call standard Japanese, which is the Tokyo accent, and then only if they are specifically going to live or work in a region otherwise will they pick up the individual nuances of that particular sub-region. But everyone understands the standard Tokyo accent. So if that's what you learn, then that's you're going to be good everywhere. Lead, and lead, yeah. But which one is which? When you see them written out like that, you have no idea which one is what. One of those is pronounced with a long E sound? Exactly. But which one? Who knows? Depends on how you as the individual perceive it in terms of the order. If you intentionally write it confusingly, but normally writing, that's not going to happen. Yeah, well, usually when it's in writing, in a normal sentence, most writers will look at it and say, this is going to be confusing. But if you read it in a sentence, you're just going to understand what you're looking at by context. You can be led to believe that you're going to lead someone to the lead storage, for example. And if you had to see that written down, it would make total sense. But without the context in between, you look like you're just trying to be irksome. Okay, so that's that one. Next. Something like that. There we go. Wait, how many of these have I got still? I've got this one which covers 2 frames, and then I've got a couple of close-ups. Then I've got close-ups. And I think that's 3 variants of close-ups. I think it's 3 variants. I've got this. I'm hitting the save button at the moment, so it's taking me a while to see. Did I ever restart the timer? No, I did not. Let's leave that at 20 minutes. Okay. When that goes off, I am going to make more coffee after hydrating with water, because my coffee is gone. I've got water next to me, but my coffee is gone. Sad. Very, very, very sad. Okay, so we've got 2 frames with that background, then 3 frames with that background. Okay. Then close up. And the top down. Okay. Okay. So we are almost there. The coffee is gone? Yes, the coffee is gone. Very, very sad. It's a tragedy. Tragedy of the highest order. Gasp. Why is the coffee always gone? Yo. Also, I realized that my microphone has been peaking a little bit. I need to... at some point when... in the run of this week, I need to... fine-tune my settings on that, because when I don't know when my settings messed up, but the clipping barrier has been compromised significantly. Okay. What I want to do is I want to use this. No. This. Lock. Like that. Particle size down. Here we go. Good enough. Blur more over here. Okay. A bit of mottliness. Some more greenery. And then add some depth to its far. There we go. That'll do the trick there. And then I want to get cloud pencil smaller. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's that for there. Now we need to adjust you. So first things first. Nope, that's not the first thing. Apply texture. And hide the sketch. There we go. Now make that smaller. Add some dimensionality. Add some top shade. Come over here. A little bit of contact shadow like that. Can afford a bit more. And let's see. And then this entire tree and bush conglomeration can get a little bit of a blur on it. But not much. Yep. Default is good. Just soften it. Okay. Yes. All right. Then here we need to put a shadow underneath the bushes. like that. There we go. And next we've got to grab some of that. Clear you. Not that way, not that way. Okay. I made a mistake there. New layer. Then the droplets. I finally found one of my examples! Woohoo! Not the one I was thinking of, but it'll work. Back to the memes! Woohoo! Nice! Cast some dappled sunlight on the ground. There we go. Back to the mines, back to the memes, indeed. It's a good comparison. Just checking a reference here really quickly. All good. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Next is gonna be this layer here, where we add the next tree. Let's start with that and then make it darker. Okay. Nearly there with this one. No, it needs to be like that, otherwise it's going to have color mixing madness that I do not want it to have. And contour. like that. And then lichen. And merge down. Here we go. And then mulch this up a little bit. There we go. And last bit of contour. Just to pull this out just a smidge more in terms of contrast. There we go. Okay, so for that part we are sorted. Now the next piece is a bush. But I'm going to actually need to increase the amount of bushes in this general area, because otherwise it's going to be kind of inconsistent and stupid looking. So next layer, grab here, grab our general purpose. I'm actually gonna pull this down here, and I'm gonna use this first. I'm gonna make this a bit more potent. In color, because what we're dealing with is creatures that can actually see greens and blues, so this is good to actually have some vibrance. Like that. And another layer behind to apply a little bit more depth to the entire madness. Okay, so that makes more sense. So now we're going to do the top bush. Okay. And we're going to start with a blob. For mass. There we go, and that's a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. There we go. So far, so good. Another 3 backgrounds, almost there. Let's start with that, yeah? A little bit less. No. I don't like that hue. I don't like that hue. Let me just lock this opacity. Fill. Because I like that silhouette. Okay. Slightly yellower. Slightly grayer. Definitely darker. You don't like that hue? What did Hue ever do to you? Would you like to guess? Actually, these leaves are too big. That size is just off. So. Okay, that will work, because remembering that we're going to be doing this. Leaf patterns, indeed. I'm gonna actually extend this a little bit further. Okay, so this gives us an idea for our layout here, but now what I need to do is I need to come back here and just make, once again, some adjustments to the shadows, because otherwise it does not make sense. And also to the values, because otherwise it does not make sense. So that opacity is locked, yes. Processing. This needs to be taller. Let's throw some more in the back. That'll do. Here we go. And then here, this needs to come down a bit because that gap is bugging me. And we need more shadow down here because that's bugging. Really doing a lot of shadow work here. And before I forget again, we reset the timer. Okay, I'm gonna go make coffee and come back at this with fresh eyes, and hopefully then I'll be able to see what I want to do with this a little bit more clearly. So, I shall return in just a little bit with coffee. Woohoo! Alright, I am back. I am back. Okay. Sorry, M21, but we're going back. Okay. Now, in terms of what our main character is, she is a deer. And given the way that their eyes work, because the entire point of this entire first section is to mimic deer vision, she will be practically inseparable from these leaves by the way her own eyes work, in terms of both value and hue, which is going to be interesting. That being the case, I think I'm going to separate her from the trees here, or the bushes here, and with a little bit of an outer glow, just that she's got something to separate her visually. But the entire point of this particular shot involves hiding, so yes. I realize I completely did not question what this was for, but yes, it is a deer. It is a deer. Hence why there are no reds in the environment. Untitled deer game. Not quite. We're actually busy drawing a lore video. We're drawing a lore video. Which is why I'm starting with backgrounds, because that way I can work on stuff without it being spoilery. Right? That's the wonderful thing about doing outdoor stuff. I can do outdoorsy backgrounds without it being spoilery. Interesting-ish. Like, tomorrow we're going to be working on the animatic for Stephen Afro again, and that one is for a music video. So, we've got an interesting mix going on. We've got animatics for both music and plot. Well, both of them have plot, really, but both musical and non-musical media in the immediate future. It's kind of cool. I'm really excited. So yeah, I did it offline, but I finished the photo wall. So that is now in place. I'm still fighting a little bit with my cameras in terms of their placement so that I can get the last of my angles that I need to pull those in. But I'm almost there with that, so I'm going to try and do that first thing in the morning, so that we can do our draw over, paint over, whatever in stream tomorrow, to get that to be stylistically consistent across the board. And yeah, exciting times. Okay, that'll work. We have a rock. We have a rock, we have a bush, we have our periphery. Happiness is... Happiness is. Okay. Save. Save. Okay. So then this background carries for the next 3 frames. Now let me see. That means I'm going to grab those and put them in a group. Pull this background. Copy. Paste. And paste. There we go. And then we've got lighting shift, tonal shift of the entire thing. Well, we've got it in... It feels kind of weird looking at this after having it outside of... Having seen everything outside of the borders at the moment. So now I can see that these two feel a little bit underdone, specifically on this layer. It didn't feel that way previously, but now I'm looking at it again with fresh eyes. It feels underdone, especially these bushes. So, you go away. Hide you. Grab this color. Okay. Something like that. Okay. And that was too fuzzy, so that needs to get tightened up. Okay, copy that. Delete you, paste you. There we go. That's looking a little bit more consistent. This one is gonna wait until character goes in here. That's the top down, and then these three are white. Okay. Okay. So here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with not that. Such beautiful shrubs. I love when the shrub said shrub. Shrubs are a mood, man. This needs to be kind of grey because we're still, or because at this point we are in a nighttime scene. Actually, what I want to do is I want to just give it a little bit more of a blue wash. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm feeling like it's a little bit too grey. I'm back, food has arrived! Welcome back, Alex. I hope the food is to your satisfaction. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to just grab these colors and just add them to my recent colors list, like this. There we go. Okay, so we has shrub, now we needs rock. I need to check my scale on this slot. There we go. Food is alright. A bit dry, but I got some mayo for the dry chips. Hey! That definitely beats a kick in the teeth. Now, let me think. No, not think. I need to reference. What did I do over here again? Okay. So, we got a bump, and then we got another bump. So, other bump is going to be like there. And then we're going to have a little cleft like that. This is gonna cut back much more quickly here. There we go. I found it, finally, and I found another bonus. Sending to the server now. Woohoo! Wow! Zany the dedication. Greatly, greatly appreciated. So for anyone who's confused, that was, if I'm not mistaken, examples of linguistic madness. Yes. Minute and minute shouldn't be spelled the same. I'm not content with this content. I object to that object. I need to read what I read again. Excuse me, but there's no excuse for this. Someone should wind this post up and throw it in the wind. Very much so. There's always fun. Yes. It's very long, possibly too long. Yeah, no. Oh, I've seen this one. I've seen this one. I've seen the second one. And the third one is definitely something to open in a browser window, because good grief, that is one long picture. But wonderful. I love those things. Conversations like that are honestly the best thing to come out of Tumblr. Like, the language and writing side of Tumblr can be very entertaining. And when the language and writing side of Tumblr end up interacting with science Tumblr, then it also gets very entertaining. English is a fun language. It can be, yes. It can be downright infuriating, but it is fun. So, when I ordered my food online, it said half chicken, which logically I thought a half pound of chicken burger, because they do sell that, but nope, they sent me half a chicken. Ah! Yeah, a half chicken is literally a half a chicken. No, we don't, when it comes to chicken, we don't necessarily do orders by weight. In a bunch of places around the world. I did not expect this, but I won't complain. Good for you. I hope you enjoy your meal. Why is it that you, where I do not want you dark, you are going dark? There we go. Alright, now I need this again. And we're going to also have more light on this side with what's coming. Okay, and then here. this, and that's a hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Coffee time! Coffee time! Woohoo! There we go, getting there. A little bit lighter. Because there's gonna be a light source here. Gasp. Painting in anticipation of what's coming. Amazing. Or devious. One of the two. Amazingly devious? Perhaps. There we go. Okay, that will work. That is gonna be our top-down view for a thing that's gonna happen here. That is number 1, 2, 3, 4 for today. And we've only been going for 3 hours. Ain't that bad. Nah, it ain't bad. It's actually pretty good. You know what's not good though? I forgot to reset the timer. There we go. Alrighty, so we are almost done. We've only got 2 variants left to do. One is a close-up, and the one is a slightly further one. Sure. Let's start with the slightly further one. And it begins with leaves. Sort of like this. Come on. more leaves. Come on. Catch up with me, please. There we go. This lag is new in the last 3 seconds. What's going on? Okay, now we're gonna go here and we're going to free transform down and add a little bit of perspective to this. Like so. Okay. Now we go over here and one layer up. We start with a mass. Roughly that shape. Good. And leaves. Okay. Next layer. Next layer. I missed one. Okay, that'll do the job. That'll do the job. Now we need over here shadow. There we go. And also shadow because this is just off. Okay. A little bit more. Yeah. Better. Remembering that that's what we're gonna see. This is what we're gonna see. Then we have those two. Yes, those two. Barely visible, but rock. The way that this rock is slowly starting to commit itself to my memory is worrying me, in terms of its contour. Like, this information is going to be utterly useless to me in 10 minutes' time, people. It's fine. I'll overwrite that in my visual memory soon enough. There are more valuable things for my brain cells to occupy themselves with, probably. Okay. But that'll work for that rock over there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab you. We're going to go copy. And these are the close-ups, and I think it's 1, 2, 3 that are the same, yes. So we're going to go paste. And that explains it. I've messed up. But it's fine. There we go. Okay. I just need to go into hex curtain mode for a second. One moment, please. Let's see. Okay, so now this gets copied to... No. This needs to be... Okay, I'm just quickly making some corrections because, oh boy. I don't know how, but I was clearly running on not enough sleep and somehow managed to get my animation folder a little bit muddled in terms of which frames are supposed to be on which, or which content is supposed to be in which frame slot. So I'm just quickly sorting that out. So I've got the actual storyboard in front of me. The actual storyboard layer shown at the moment, hence why we're behind the X curtain. So. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of shuffling that I need to do really quickly. If I can somehow manage to get this to not accidentally freeze, please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. Come on. Catch up with me. I beg. Okay, that's why. Cancel. There we go. Now I can move content around. So 22, everything that is inside you. "21 goes to 23. Okay. So 23, that makes sense now. 20 goes into 22. Okay. "19, 18, 17 are white. 16 goes into 18. "15 goes into 17. Yeah. Okay, 13 gets duplicated in its entirety into 14. And then we zoom in slightly. Or no, cancel. We're just gonna do this. Almost there. I can almost show you guys what I'm doing again. I can almost show you guys what I'm doing again. So 14 gets duplicated into 16. And then 15 becomes the last one, which is why having the rock was important. Okay. Cancel that. Almost there, almost there. So this one looks back slightly. Okay. And you are shrub, rock, stuff. Okay. Hide you. And now I can go back into proper view. There we go. Now you can see what I'm doing again. Okay. Phew. This should be the last background. And then we have achieved conquest. Of the backgrounds! Woohoo! Then I need to figure out how to draw those mascots. Woohoo! There are multiple mascots. They're adorable. I just need to do them justice. Okay, so bush, check. Next. Rock. Okay, something like this. Hide the sketch for a bit. Okay, now I need foliage, and it's gonna be dumb again, but it's fine. Okay, there we go. Now we need some perspective on this affair. Come on, catch up with me. There we go. Now we duplicate, go to the bottom, fill, there we go, so you don't see the gaps. Then here, add a little bit of contour to the ground itself, like so. Then here, remove that lot, blur, everything that's far. Would help if I didn't have that on transparency mode, because then it will actually blur. There we go, there we go. Nice, okay, now here, carve a little piece out there because otherwise it's wrong. Okay, Then want to come back here. Hide you, hide you, hide you. Grab this color. Boom. There we go. It would help if this was on normal, not on multiply. There we go. There we go, there we go, going well. Clean some more of that out. Wrong layer, of course it was the wrong layer. Okay, here, take 2. There we go. Soften that edge. Because it's away. There we go. And grab a little bit of this and just get a bit of color variance over here. And lock opacity and a bit like that. As well. There we go. And then on top of that, we're gonna have some mist, which is gonna require something like that. And where is my that brush? There we go. Nice and big. Okay, blur it. And fingertip to just pull some wispiness out of it. There we go, and like that. Good. And a little bit more cloudiness. There we go. And hints of trees. Like that. Okay. That is that background set. Woohoo! We have them all. We have them all. Save button. We've now got all of our backgrounds. Nice. And what about timing? Hey! How was that for timing, everyone? That was a hydrate. So let's all acquire as a victory for achieving all of our backgrounds our safe for consumption beverages of your preference. And let's take a sip. Woohoo! Nice. Victory! Victory! Okay. What's the time? We've still got about an hour left for streaming. Let's see. Where's my mental at? Okay. I want to then, now that we've got this all of that in place, let's see. This is going to be the one that I want to work on next, because I can use that as my anatomy study at the same time. Why? Because deer are not something that exist in my part of the world. Deer do not exist in my part of the world. Antelope, yes. Deer, no. And therefore, I need to just acquaint myself with the anatomy, because it's a little bit, teeny tiny little bit different from the antelope. So, let me have a look. See, my sketch is too big, so let's just tone that down again, because I know I blew it up a bit, but it's now a bit too big. We can leave it to individual discretion. Don't underestimate the deer. They might make you pay dearly for it. Indeed. Indeed. Okay, so in here we're going to put our character folder, and we're going to start with 2 layers, one for color, one for our lines. Yes, we love puns here. If you do not love puns, I apologize to you, but I am a personal pun lover. Chaos, what are you doing? Are you on your way to attack my knees again? Oh, it's 4 in the morning, that's why. You got the zoomies. Oh boy, okay. Let me take the cat to the food bowl before he bites my knees again. I will be back in just a second. Come on. Absolute baby cannot just walk to the food bowl himself. Nope, must be taken to the food bowl. Adorable. Alright, it's late. Yes, I should probably sleep. Oh my word, Alex. Yes, please go sleep. Please rest. Mafia cat over here ready to take the kneecaps. Indeed. The number of times I acquire new scars all over my legs and hands, courtesy of that feline. I don't know why I like him so much, but I can't help it. But my puzzle games, they called me. Your puzzle games will be back when you wake up. It's not special if you don't escort to the food bowl. I know, right? Like, it must be special. It's probably the cat hypnosis. Yeah, cat hypnosis is a thing. Okay, so I at least got the head shape and size relative to the neck mostly right off of memory. Cool. That's a good start. Okay. What I did not get right was the shape of the snout, so... It's rounder. Significantly rounder. What's the nostril shape? Hold up. Where's the good reference picture? There. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now, the head to neck ratio is pretty much, the jaw kind of leads into the neck quite directly, so there's not really much of any sort of a boundary between the head and neck. Okay, but there is a distinct step into the chest. And a distinct step up the shoulder before a very square back with very little slant. Yes, I've got that. A little bit thinner towards the leg. Rump is higher, like significantly higher than what I've got that there. That's more horse-like. And the knee is also significantly higher. Much longer calf. Okay. Much smaller tail. Okay. Yeah, the tail is one of the big differences between the deer and the antelope. But I'm not happy with the pose on this leg because it's going to then be jutting way too far backwards. So, starting with that as a guide. Back of the knee sits about there. Yeah, it's got its little floof tail, not a long weeping willow type deal here. Far less equestrian. This one I think is too long by just a smidge. And that's what's throwing me. I more think of a deer tail being pointed upward, but maybe that's only when they're alert. Yeah, I think so. Because a lot of the references I'm seeing, it's actually tucked down. I will be putting a clipping mask over this. Not a clipping mask, a mask on this layer. So a lot of what's happening here by the hoof is not actually going to be visible. In the end. While I make grass happen so that it feels like it's actually part of the scene. This is too narrow by a margin. Just a smidge. Okay. But for the most part, I've almost got it. Okay, now, the next thing is going to be shoulders and elbows. So, the elbow is very high up, and the back of the arm is not very pronounced. So, there's that. Shoulder, also fairly high up. And not particularly separated. wrist height is approximately lower than, just lower than, but not quite equal to the knees. Ach, the ankles. Okay. We have a dough. We have a dough. Awesome! That is a start. Now let's get the rest of our little foresty motley crew in place. I can't remember. Do the bottom wings on a butterfly go above or below? Below. Right? I'm suddenly lost. What's the correct order? Yes, okay, I'm not completely insane. Yet. I'm not completely insane yet. Okay. There we go. almost got it. Okay, then that goes over the top, and then we've got cupboards that go right up to the edge there. There we go. And the little talons tuck nicely into the floof. Okay, little bird. Number 1. Now we need a little bird number 2. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, that'll work. Two birds. Great. No. Am I gonna bother with the bunny? I probably should. I probably should. I want to give the sense of the foresty community. Now I just gotta remember what bunny posture looks like. Hold up. Generally? Round. Much, much rounder. Okay. So we've got a flat back to the head. Is this Bambi? Not quite, but people like having the nod to that. I'm not going to make the ferret a skunk. I'm not going to do that. That's a little bit too on the nose. I don't actually think I'm going to even put the ferret in, now that I think about it. Oh, I'll find out. I'll check with Miari herself if I should add the ferret. But people enjoy the reference. Just the first thing I think of is Bambi and Thumper. You know what? Fair. They are an iconic duo. Okay, at this point, that can go away. And this can actually come across a little bit. Like so. You can come down a little bit. Like so. Okay, I will be separating these into individual layers. Okay. If I can not make typos, please and thank you. And now what we're going to do is we're going to grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, and grab a color. It'll be my temporary full color. Is that green? Okay. Save button. You know what we forgot to do? We forgot to set our hydrate timer again. It has been 16 minutes. So let me just get that on again. How do I know it was 16 minutes? Because the last hydrate was pretty much on the hour. And I was keeping track on roughly how long it took us to actually draw the deer and company. So, we've got that. And I want another sip of coffee because I'm now thirsty. Timers aside. Okay. Now we do a little mask, which we can hide later. That brush. And make it make sense. Over there. And like that. Okay. So now they look like they're actually standing in the grass. Great. That's one victory. Okay. And then just dealing with something real quick. One moment, please. Where are we gonna go from here? Okay, are we gonna color or are we gonna move on to next bits? You know what, let's do flat color test. Because we are operating in deer vision and deer can't see red. This is actually gonna end up being largely grey with a little bit of a green undertone. from the green bounce light. Okay. Nope, wrong one, wrong one. Doesn't look necessarily bad, but it's definitely wrong. Okay. So in real world, the bunny is probably brown. Just doesn't necessarily look that way. Okay. Actually, I just want to check here by my tester, my simulator. Yes, okay. So I'm not completely insane. There will be some green hints to this. There will be some green hints to this. I'm not completely insane. Okay. And the same will be true for our birds. Okay. There we go, that'll work. Something like that, okay. And then something quite close to black over here, just to round off. That plumage. And over here, like so. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we've got our two birds, we've got our bunny. And then our actual deer, oh my, is gonna be quite an interesting sight. I see. So we're gonna start with that. Okay. Sure. It probably isn't that close actually, but my brain just went core memory unlocked and then rabbit reminded me of the Velveteen Rabbit. Hey! I'm not familiar with a Velveteen Rabbit, but that's probably just, once again, cultural thing. And there's the hydrate. So, everyone, let's acquire our nearest staple consumption beverages and take a sip. Coffee time! Woohoo! I barely remember it myself, but I think it was a story about a living rabbit plushie. Ew, okay. Just reminded me of some of the illustrations. Ah, okay. Interesting. Okay, there we go. So that's an interesting sight. A bit of a children's book vibe with the animals, especially the rabbit's little black eyes and the nubby paws. Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of my own future self-sanity and not wanting to punch myself in the gut later, temp swatch. So, colors used were those. Okay. So that's our temp swatch for the deer. Now what I do is I take you and I pull you out all the way. To buy the crop mask, and there it will exist outside of the layer folders where it can be referenced from all of the layer folders, or outside the animation folder. It's just taking a while to get there because I am dragging a layer through a list of every expanded subfolder, and it only wants to scroll so quickly. Almost at the end though. Oh no, that was open too. It's fine. There's only one of those per set, so okay, so temp swatch goes on top. There we go. Awesome sauce. We have victory. Save. So whether this will stay in colorblind mode or if I'm going to do a color change again is to be determined. It all depends on the feedback that I get from the client when I send tonight's progress through. But I'm gonna call it here in terms of the art, and I feel like let's just go into Zatsu for a bit. Kiwi. Because I have just felt the last of my brain cells decide that that was it. Problems have been solved. Backgrounds have been completed. Layer orders have been established. It feels like a good point to go into a new paradigm. There we go. Victory! Victory. I shall take screenshots and send that through to the client just now. Whew. Well, that was something. Were we productive, those of us who were lurking? Did you have fun? I hope you did. I hope you were able to relax a little bit, enjoy yourselves, get some things done in the meantime. And thank you for joining me. Yeah, you got some things done? That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Was doing puzzles. Ew. Ew. Speaking of getting things done in the meantime, I kind of missed it because my head was down at the time with chaos, but I hear that there's a new art challenge on Elshi's side. I spotted the go live link, but I wasn't able to open it at the time. CL, do you happen to know what it is? Or did you not see earlier what the new art challenge is? Yippers was what I was working on. Ooh, exciting, exciting. What's the theme? I want to go obviously watch the stream myself, but I have not gotten there yet. What's the theme? I'm very curious. I saw the musical look. Plumy playlist. Ooh. Ooh. That's interesting. That could go a lot of ways. Just off the hashtag. That could go a lot of ways just off the hashtag. What's the goal? Because I have a vested interest, guys. For those of you who are not familiar, I had made myself a goal this year to participate in every single one of Wilhelm van der Bos's art challenges that take place this year. For me to feel like I can actually participate in a regular challenge and not feel like, okay, you're falling off of the face of the planet again. Make a playlist and a cover for it. Okay. Ooh. So just kind of like whatever your chaos playlist happens to be type thing. Details already on the Discord. Okay, let's have a look-see. Let's have a look-see. I'm curious. Because I like sharing the art challenges with the Mislings as well, because you never know when one of them wants to actually participate. And it's always fun to see what people come up with. Current art challenge. What's it say? Make a playlist of 2 to 10 songs, give it a name, and draw an album cover for the playlist. Post your album cover and written playlist with the tag #PlummyPlaylist. Optional, share a Spotify link to your playlist. Okay. Challenge specific, it doesn't need to include a character, and it does not include characters that represent real people, such as VTubers or caricatures, with the exception of your own persona and or Wilhelm van der Bos. Deadline 14 August. Dark themes? No. Does PG-13 also mean song lyrics? Yes. Is YouTube playlist fine too? More information about this later. Okay. Harris just ends up being Final Fantasy. Not entirely. There'll be some Sabaton in there. Watch me give a chaos playlist. Ooh. The karaoke playlist that I never ended up getting to do. The karaoke playlist that I never ended up getting to do because I kept on not being able to make background tracks. Yeah. I've got 2 set lists that I've put together for karaoke that I'm not getting to. This side of eternity, by the looks of things. I wonder, which sounds more interesting? A Tale of Friendship or The Monsters Meander? Yes, those are the two titles of the two existing playlists. I probably need to cut down on them because I think there might be 12 per playlist. The second one, Monsters Meander. Okay, I need to do a lyric check on those, but Monsters Meander is actually a nice one. It's actually got some it's actually an interesting it's an interesting story. I like doing something like a story when it comes to putting together a playlist like that. What I wanted to do was actually have things thematically linked together. So yeah, I agree. The friendship thing sounds more generic. Yeah, it is a little bit. It's there are one or two interesting ones in there. But Monsters Meander is intriguing. Yeah, I get you. I'll. Okay, Monsters Meander. It's gonna be Monsters Meander. It's gonna be for our, for our entry. Then it already mostly exists. So at least that part of the job is done. Check. Monsters or monsters. The third option. It is in fact the third option. View full playlist. 11. There are 11 tracks. Okay, so which one am I taking out? Oh man, the one I want there. Which one am I taking out? Okay, that's the one I'm taking out. Got it. So the meander of a singular monster, correct, yes. Irrelevant question, but how many tracks are titled Monster? None. None, actually. I will admit, though, that Renzato's Monstrosity is on there. Not quite monster, but monstrosity. Close enough, right? I've got a Monster X song in there. And then the rest all either reference a monster in some way or some sort of a monstrous situation. Or a monster's perception of the world in some way. Not a Skillet fan, I guess. I have heard of Skillet. I have not spent enough time doing investigations. I've not had enough time doing investigations. We have got a music sharing channel. If you've got recommendations for pieces, please put them in there. Please note, I am not a fan of anything occult, so please, if you've got anything of that nature, I don't want to hear it. But yeah. Beyond that, if you've got recommendations for music, there is a music sharing channel in the Discord. Please, by all means, share your tunes. I like to hear it. I have a playlist with almost a dozen songs, all titled Monster. May I share it? You may. And you might even want to come up with playlists for yourselves, right? Not necessarily recommending. I don't remember the lyrics to disclaim. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Immediately I think of Papaya from Final Fantasy XIV. It has been way too long since I've heard that one. It's been way too long since I've heard that one. I remember it being fun, but I can't for the life of me remember exactly how the note order goes in that. How the melody goes. But I remember it being really hilarious. And cute. And hilarious. Just hilarious. Okay. I need to take one of these out. It will be that one. The last one will go. I may share it. Not may share. I share it. Yes, you may share it. Yes. And now I have to. Yes! Yeah, sigh, that rhythm pattern is not helping me. I'm not hearing it. The rhythm pattern is close, but I'm not hearing it. I'll get there or not. I think the problem is that I've got the background music in my ear at the moment, so it's clashing. But yeah, okay, so that's what we're gonna do for our challenge. I will come up with a appropriate cover art, I guess. That'll be the interesting thing. Cover art. Cool. What was the deadline? The 14th? Yes. 14 August. Actually, no, that one might... the Sabaton is gonna need to go. No, the Sabaton song is gonna need to go because... Actually... the title is... Irk. Said specifically no dark themes. But it ends on an uplifting note. Grr. 14 unique songs, all with the same title. No. Yeah. It's like, I know 3 songs all titled Words. They're all very different. What necessarily is the dark theme? Pretty vague. Yeah, I think that's probably something that will be explained more in the live stream. Probably. But I'm assuming it will be, you know, downward spirals of doom, gloom, despair, depression. Falling into the abyss of mental fatigue. You know, the sorts of things that leave you depressed. Yeah. Negative horror, gore, etc., etc. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Attack of the Dead Men is gonna have to go. Because the story of the real story of a whole platoon of Russian soldiers who have been hit by chlorine gas and are busy fighting still while they are dealing with that is not necessarily going to fly. Excessively dark is obvious, but within vague rules there's always a blurry edge. Many of the songs actually share themes surprisingly, but they have unique takes on those themes. Like, what does negative mean? Yeah. I think it's more a point of where it leaves you in the end, right? And that's the thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Attack of the Dead Men is going to have to be the one that I take out. I thought it was going to be the other one, but no, it's going to be Attack of the Dead Men. It's an important song, but it's not going to be appropriate. Yes, I was going to at one point in an alternate timeline. I was going to karaoke and sing Attack of the Dead Men. Be surprised, guys. Sabaton is oddly melodious. They are very singable songs. Like, I won't ever attempt to mimic the timbre, but it's actually quite melodious. I've got a personal beef with when people use the terms like negative much too generously. Yeah. Like, it's difficult because what one person considers negative, another person considers important and close to their heart. And it is a matter of discretion. It's 100% a matter of discretion. Basically, would you be okay with a 10-year-old listening to the song and not coming away from it feeling like, oh no, I have just scarred this child for life? I think that would be the metric. Some people say negative and just mean when something is anything other than excessively sunshiny. Well, then Lemon Tree would be an issue. I zoned out. What are we talking about? We are talking about Wilhelm van der Bos's new art challenge where you have to assemble a playlist and draw a cover for it. And the rules thereof. Like, negative was my use just now, was meaning things that are heavy. Okay. Yeah, like, I wonder. Yeah, I'd imagine that a playlist that includes things on the level of Sugar Man and Stairway to Heaven and Brothers in Arms all together, that would be too heavy a playlist. That would be way too heavy a playlist. It needs to have a weight and a balance to the playlist in order to not be something that pulls you down. Establishment blues would definitely not fly. Yeah, I just mentioned 2 Sixto Rodriguez songs in case you guys were not familiar with Sixto Rodriguez. Actually a surprisingly big name in South Africa. But yeah, If everything has to be sunshine and rainbows, then none of the monsters is fit for this. I'd actually argue depends on what song you're talking about. Like, A Festive Monster's Cheerful Failure is on my list, and I love that song. I love that song so much. A Festive Monster's Cheerful Failure. It's all about a guy who is a yokai in a school full of yokai, who, in order to be allowed to continue living in the human world, he has to prove his worth in 2 years. And so, in an attempt to do so, he starts a band with a couple of classmates, which include the only 2 humans in his class, because he needs to prove that he can get along well with humans and not out himself as a monster. There's actually a whole manga about it. I have spoken about this before. And it's such a really fun story. So this guy just starts a band with his classmates, and it's so fun. It has a prequel, which is very sad. The prequel song is very sad. But The song is just so heartwarming. It sounds like so much fun. Yeah, it's by a music producer or a Vocaloid producer called Sunfish Dead at the Back of My House, or Mumble P. Who also wrote songs like Clingy Boy Sticking On For 15 Years, or Time Warped While Karate's Chopping My Stag Beetle. There's a level of absurdity to his works, and it's very, very fun, but also at the same time, how dare he mess with your heartstrings like that? How dare he? He's brilliant. I love it. The Gap? Yes, The Gap. Yokai School, what is the social class number 1 first rule? Don't eat people. Rule number 1 is don't let anyone know that you're a yokai. Right? So, like, everyone knows that they themselves are a monster, but they're not allowed to let anyone else know that they're a monster. So, by process of elimination, if anyone tells anyone else what kind of monster they are, you can find out who the actual humans in the class are, and that's a problem. So it's hilarious. The actual manga I can 100% recommend if you can find it. It's such a great story. I love it. I mean, my playlist for most of the songs, the POV is I am a monster with different flavors of how and why. Yeah, I see what you mean there, Zany. Yeah. Yeah, I try to actually lean away from those. Rule number 1 is don't talk about Fight Club. Hello, Kalex. Yes. That is, in fact, rule number 1 of Yokai School as well. But yes. Welcome in. But yeah, okay. I think I will run my playlist by people and see if it will work. But it's got a chain story. Plot twist: nobody's a monster, or everybody is a monster. Yes, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Do you guys want to hear the track list in My Monsters Meander? Like, are you curious? Because I'm gonna need to show it off anyway for the art challenge, so we might as well, right? Sure. Very curious. Okay. So, first track is obviously gonna be Hotel California by the Eagles. Right? Nothing sets the scene like Hotel California. It doesn't seem like a monstrosity thing, but until you get to the end of that song as well, where all of a sudden, oh, well, this is reading a little bit like a country horror story. But it's actually brilliant. I love that one. I mean, I was going to say you could share it in Discord if you want. I will be sharing it later. But we'll talk about it first, right? We've still got Zatsu time. So yeah, Hotel California by the Eagles, definitely on the list. Second one was Attack of the Dead Men by Sabaton, which is a true story. It sounds monstrous by the title, but it's a true story. I did mention what it's all about earlier. Russian defensive line in the Second World War. First World War, sorry. They had been vastly outnumbered, hit with chlorine gas. It was bad, but they held the line. And it was for the attacking side of the entire thing. It was terrifying because chlorine gas does some really nasty stuff to you. And it was a really scary battle. Literally, it was like walking into a zombie apocalypse. But they just didn't stay down. and it was a heavy event, definitely. If you're not familiar with Sabaton, they do a lot of war stories from all sorts of eras in a metal format, and it's really good. And there's also symphonic versions. Symphonic versions are great. I love it. I love it when there's a symphonic version of rock metal stuff. Okay, chill. The third one in my list is Scarecrow by Magna Carta, which is literally the anthropomorphized thoughts of a scarecrow. I don't take it for a metal enjoyer. I enjoy all genres in their correct context. All genres in a good context make sense. I won't necessarily go out of my way to pick certain genres for like easily listening stuff. And I won't touch death metal with a barge pole. But I'm actually chill with pretty much every genre. I don't like things that are the same 8 bars on repeat for like 12 minutes. Let me just be very real with you guys. The entire thing of the background music for stream being a 1 or a 2 minute loop, it drives me personally insane. I cannot deal. But I cannot deal, but we deal. I try to fill the space so that I don't spend time listening to it, because otherwise I would lose my mind. I'm fairly similar with the exception of country music. Maybe I'm okay with the occasional country rock if it's rock enough. Now, country, like all things, you get it in degrees of listenability. I love symphonic stuff, I love classical, but not all of it is listenable. Every genre has its golden pieces. Anyway, sorry for derailing. No stress. Anyway, so yeah, anthropomorphized scarecrow and its thoughts. It's actually a really mellow, old music, isn't it? Aww. Sounds like we need to get Rhea a new background track that's on a 5 to 10 minute loop. Yeah, honestly, if I could get like a 15-minute Bohemian Rhapsody-esque type whatever in whatever set of genres is Rhea coded, I don't even know, then it would fly. It would fly by me. Anyway, track number 4 on my playlist is Lorelei by Blackmore's Night, which is literally a take on the myth of the merfolk of the Rhine River, which is interesting. Or the chief character, the chief marine character of the Rhine River, Lorelei herself. It's an interesting story. It sounds like more like a warning to sailors, if I can phrase it that way, about who she is, why she's dangerous, that sort of a thing. Hence why that's on the Monsters Meander playlist. Fifth song is The Dreaming by Monster X. And that one takes a little bit of a tonal shift, because that one starts being less literal and more more symbolic in a way, because it is a story about there be trouble in those waters. There'd be trouble in those waters indeed. There'd definitely be big trouble in those waters. But yeah. Yeah, so the Dreaming is one that is a story about progression through fame and how it affects your goals and so on. And what do you do when you have found the next pinnacle, right? Because a lot of people, when you get to the top, the only play is down, and it challenges that in a very, very beautiful way. I personally love that song a lot. I cannot believe it is already 4 years old. Oh my. Anyway, next song on the list is Monstrosity by Renzoto. Glad I don't have to worry about that. No! Still, it goes for any goal in your life. Like, it doesn't matter if it's necessarily fame, but like, okay, when you've achieved mastery in a thing, like your thing, where do you go from there? It's thought-provoking. It's thought-provoking. Where was I? Yes. So next one on the list was Monstrosity by Renzoto, which is pretty much the only I Am a Monster type song. But it's like the person who has reached the pinnacle and fallen. I think that's why that one follows directly after The Dreaming. It's someone who's gotten lost, in a sense. The next one on the list is The Day I Became a Monster by Reru Lili, which has lyric or vocals with the Vocaloid Fukase, which is a Vocaloid that is based off of the lead singer of Sekai no Owari. And that is also a very good story. Definitely worth reading the translation on the lyrics for that one. I will let you guys do that at your own time when I share the playlist. But basically, a person who is lost has starting to come to terms with themselves at that point. I think that's basically the gist of the story there. But definitely worth a listen. 10 years ago. Oof. I can't believe that. It's hitting me again that a couple of days ago I saw that Vocaloid Kaito is 20 years old now. Kaito is 20 years old. That makes this feel very, very, very weird to be a Vocaloid person. Oh man. Anyway. After The Day I Became a Monster is Medusa's Masquerade by Zeal Genjoka. Obviously the title has something to do with it, but it's also got to do with the fact that, okay, you've come to terms with being your particular monster. And where do you go from there in the sense that how is the rest of the world perceiving that transition of having come to terms with things and moving on, and how you're perceived from there. So that's that one. Then once again, tonal shift to The Festive Monsters' Cheerful Failure, my favorite. Well, one of. Okay, all of these are favorites in their own sense, okay? Shh. Medusa. the gorgon from Greek mythology. Yeah. The snake-haired lady. Snake-haired lady. Whose gaze turns you to stone. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so thereafter we had, oh yeah, the Gorgons, aren't they the sisters of Medusa? I can't remember. I think it varies from version to version a little bit. I think it varies from version to version. I don't really know Greek mythology all that well. I've never like done a deep dive into it. I just know like surface level basics, and most of the time I forget who is who in the zoo. But yeah. She's one of the three Gorgons, I'm pretty sure. The three Gorgons are the ones that share a single eyeball. The three Gorgons are the ones that share a single eyeball, and Medusa I don't think is one of them. Do not ask me why I know that the three Gorgons share a single eyeball. I do not know either why I know that. Something something... Some hero ends up stealing it. Yeah. Mythology is crazy that way. Don't think too hard. For some reason I heard it as Medeus, searched it up, got Fire Emblem Song confusion. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, that's the Fates, not the Gorgons. Okay. Yeah, you see, this is why I say I don't know Greek mythology that well. Don't take my word for anything. The cost of living got too high, had to sublet an eyeball. Don't think too hard. Oh, I'm way ahead of you. Thank you so much for being understanding there. I was second-guessing my brain there. Yeah. I'm second-guessing my brain most of the time when I'm trying to remember things on the fly. It's not fun. Anyhoozle. So, after Medusa's masquerade, we've got the Fest of Monsters' Cheerful Failure. Which we did speak about. Very fun story. New goals. New ventures. Power of friendship. Yay. And progress. And from there, it is two songs which are less about being a monster and more about growing out of it, right? So the first one there is I'll Be Fine by Vermilion, which is also a very, very good song. I enjoy that story a lot as well. Basically, someone who has been through the refining fires, if we can call it that, and has come out of it and is now ready to take next steps with the people that he cherishes. I think that is a really heartwarming way to progress for someone who has had the turnaround after going through the highs and lows of getting lost and going through the battles and losing themselves along the way and trying to find themselves again. It's just to hit that point where I'll be fine at the end of it is a turning point, I think. From going to the lows, growing out, and then finding new direction. And then the last song in the playlist is Rise by Tomorrow Together. And that one is looking towards the brighter future. I think I'll Be Fine and Rise go together very well to kind of end everything on a note of, while you go through those moments where you really think you're a terrible human being, or nearest equivalent, we're VTubers, right? At the end of it, there is hope, and there is new direction waiting for us to find it. And that's why the entire playlist is called The Monsters Meander. You don't start as a monster, and you don't end as a monster. And as long as you don't stand still, you can progress. That was my idea when I was putting the playlist together. I find it fascinating when people make playlists like this, almost like writing a story. My playlists are either a big category of a type of song, or one artist, or at most just one mood. Yeah, when I was doing this assembly, because it was intended to be a karaoke set list, I wanted to very much make it tell a story. Granted, the majority of my set lists are very much, you know, just... for example, I've got a set list that is literally everything that is an OST thrown in a pot. I have my OST collective, so that means video game OSTs. The OST from Purple Hyacinth, movie OSTs, game, I said games, TV show OSTs, whatever. If it's an OST and I like it, it goes in the collective. Concept album writer over here. Only assembler. I don't know if I'd be able to come up with an entire concept album and plot and everything from start to finish and actually write the thing for originals, but I like coming together with the ideas, right? Storytelling is fun. And the Tale of Friendship playlists follows a similar sort of storytelling vibe. It's got to do with where relationships start, how they can fall apart, how you deal with when they have fallen apart, and also, once again, aiming towards rekindling your ability to connect with other people. That's what the other one is about as well. But yeah, I like telling stories like that. Like, I concept compilations I could do. Concept compilations I could totally do. Give me a theme to work towards and I can probably slap something together. But yeah. What are my other weird ones? I have an everything playlist, which is literally everything that I have hit the like button on, musically. I have a road trip playlist for when I have to play DJ in the car with the rest of my family. I have my parkrun playlists. Got an everything list as well. Yeah, an everything list is just... Shuffle doesn't work, but we need to get something that is marginally resembling a shuffle. Go! Yeah, the everything playlist is a necessity. That's the only thing I miss from the iPod era, is a true shuffle. Honestly. And not this algorithmic predict according to how many times you've listened to the thing. Oh yeah, and then I've got my writing playlists, which are... One is a combat playlist, which is all of the combat themes to, you know, get the blood pumping. And the other one is the Serenity playlist, which I use to try and fall asleep, and it doesn't usually work. Have I got any others, or are these just... Yeah, and then I've got the Tale of Friendship playlist, yeah. The only one I have is the playlist with all the songs I've found and liked and downloaded on my phone. Makes sense, makes sense. I pick a theme and listen that way. Okay. It's only 600 songs long because I listen to one song on repeat for like 4 weeks or months on end. Wow. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I like changing it up. As much as I enjoy songs, I don't like wearing them out. Like, I'll listen to something on repeat when I'm trying to learn the lyrics. But beyond that, I try to not. Oh yeah, and then I've got a supporter queue, which is when I have... when someone I'm following posts something new. And I know, okay, I'm not going to be able to listen to anything right now. I've got like 5 or 6 songs in there that I have running on repeat so that they get the view time on it. And the plays on it, because I know that sometimes when it comes to revenue sharing and stuff, plays matter for these people. So yeah. Dude, you just unlocked a memory. One time years back, I decided to see if relaxing music would help me fall asleep, so I picked an hours-long chill track and tried to go to sleep. But eventually, dun dun dun, my... oh, other person? For some reason, there was a random speech in the middle of that scared the heck out of me while in. Oh no! I can believe that. I can believe that. Haven't tried that since an ad. No, like, you know how sometimes when you've got a concept album or something and then they put a skit in the middle? Like, it's music, and then they're just talking. Not an ad, just like an actual track. Oh my. That's weird. I remember it being creepy, but maybe I was just half asleep. Yeah, that's different from when you've got something like an album like Rick Wakeman's Journey to the Center of the Earth, where it's actually basically a rock opera of the novel. And there's an actual narrator, and then musical interludes. That Journey to the Center of the Earth by Rick Wakeman is amazing. It's worth a listen every time, honestly. I need to listen to more Rick Wakeman. Seriously, I need to listen to more Rick Wakeman. I'm missing out on so much gold, I think. That's what I'll put on a several hour-long video of relaxing music and sounds and not a playlist. Yeah, the thing with playlists is that it's very easy for them to get derailed, especially nowadays with things like autoplay and auto add new stuff to this playlist once you reach the end. Oh, I hate that toggle. I hate that toggle, and it keeps switching itself on. Not an interlude, just a speech in the middle of an instrumental track that didn't belong there. Been several years, but I want to say it was whispering. Oh, that is strange. That is strange. It was a multiple hours long loop of a relaxing track? Oh my. That's doubly weird. 10-hour rain with a timer to end all listening when it runs out makes it peak. Yeah. Nah, I pretty much only put something in my ears when I'm trying to sleep when the world outside is loud. Because otherwise, I actually end up focusing on what I'm hearing. And then I sit listening instead of sleeping. That goes for rain sounds too, sadly. But yeah. It's one of the reasons why I will very, very, very unlikely ever get benefit out of ASMRs. Right, I need to sleep. Lost track of time and suddenly it's 4 a.m. Yes, fish. Alex, go, sleep. Sai is right. Gah. I feel that. I have a playlist called Everything's Loud and I'm having a crisis. But when the world is too loud. You know what? Fair. Fair. Having a playlist like that, if you know that you have that sort of a thing going on where, yes, everything can be a crisis and it's too loud, yes, it is very helpful. But yes, Alex, go sleep. Please. Thank you. You need your rest, sir. To be fair, I only saw the time because I'm stuck on this one puzzle. But I will sleep now. Hope everyone has a good night. Good night, Alex. Rest well. It is now pretty much time for me to wrap up as well. So, I guide others to a treasure that I cannot possess. Ah, dear. Do as I say, not as I do. Sleep. Yes. Affirmative. Sigh. That is indeed the mood. I get overstimulated by audio very easily, so I have several overstim playlists. Okay, okay. Yeah. Nah, I don't know. I think I've probably been overstimulated once or twice, but definitely not to dissociative levels. But yeah, it's not. I can imagine it being very, very difficult when it's like everything is just. Oh, actually, no, I have had that, and mostly it happens when I've got like 15 tasks that all need happening in the next half an hour. Yes, I have been overstimulated in that way. Now that I think about it. Yeah, it's happened. It's happened. And then nothing sticks. Not a single blasted thing on the to-do list sticks within your brain. All you know is that all of it needs to happen immediately. Ugh. That was where I was at last week. Actually, now that I think about it. That is where I was at last week. It's like, I have no capacity for anything, I must just... Or no? There you see my perception of time bugging out in real time. It was the week before last. I had no capacity for any other thoughts. It was just get the stuff done. And between that, it was just static between the ears. Sometimes I'll just set a single track in my playlist on loop if it hits just right. Sometimes that song will stay looping for several hours or days. Mind you, that's one track every now and again out of 24,000. Yeah, fair. I don't know about dissociative levels or other levels, but I've experienced what I would call overstimulated by audio by my own standards. Or to say how it compares to others' perception and or capacity. Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone's different, so it's like, at what point do you realize, oh, everything is too much and my brain is fried? It's difficult. Overwhelmed from any exterior stimulation causing stress. It causes me to lose time, like I legit do not remember the past hour or what code I wrote here, but I had notes. Oof. 2,400, not 24k. Okay, okay, fair. Don't trust me with digits, clearly. This is why I dropped math in A-level. I never went past O-level math, because I kept making mistakes like that. And it came out in my working. It's why when I do my financials for work stuff, I need to, like, spend 3 days and triple read every number to make sure that I have actually got it down correctly. Rookie numbers, Zony. Get some more songs on that. Like, what's the difference between overstimulated or just irritated and distracted? I'm not much sure. Like, overstimulated would be when there are all of the things clambering for your attention. All of them are urgent, all of them are important, and it's not something that is in your ability to control. Decimal errors are no laughing matter. Yeah. In my experience, overstim looks like a panic attack and it feels like knives are in the sense causing the stimulation. Yeah. Sometimes it can actually legitimately be painful. There are certain sounds I hate with a passion and avoid whenever and wherever possible. Does that count? I think that's more just a sensitivity. Yeah. That sounds a little bit more like just a sensitivity. Like, I, for example, have trouble when it's like scraping the pots clean when you're emptying pots from food. The spoon against metal. It's pain. Like legit pain, but it's not something that's overstimulating because it's not grabbing my immediate focus that I have to deal with in that way. When I get overstimulated from sounds, I can't listen to any music with lyrics because all people talking sounds awful. I can hear people typing from across the office and everything is just louder. Yeah. It's like when metal against ceramic, metal against metal, and metal against ceramic. Both of them hurt. They're loud and piercing. And metal against teeth. Metal against enamel. Eesh. Nope. Metal against any other hard surface is generally painful. It's a piercing sound. It's loud and it's high-pitched and it's inescapable. It's just... metal against anything is generally a tough thing. Teeth are metal, so it's still just metal on metal. Ayo. Teeth are organic matter? Like, I'm pretty sure that the chemical composition of teeth is not metal. Like, why must you scrape your fork with the teeth? No! Don't, no. Big note. No, thank you. Not cool. Ugh. Yeah, no. Anyway. I've still got a swallow of coffee left. Yay! Yay! Everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverage. Have a sip. This is going to be the tail end of the coffee. Hooey. You understand? Yeah. Like, have you ever had that moment where you reach for your drink too enthusiastically and then the glass or the mug bumps against your teeth as well, and it's like, on top of it being loud, it's ringing in my actual skull. Yeah, that has happened once or twice. Let's not count the time when I was carrying a fridge and I was up a short flight of stairs with another person and I accidentally ended up punching my face with the fridge in my teeth. That was not fun. Bones and teeth are mostly calcium, which is metal, therefore teeth are metal, and so is your skeleton. You know what? Valid argument. Valid argument. I've never done that one, no. Lucky you, Sai. Lucky you. But no. Guys? Am I the only one who didn't know that calcium was a metal? I forgot that calcium was a metal. I forgot it. I know once upon a time when I bothered to know my periodic table for middle school chemistry, that it was sort of where the metals were, but I could not remember it for love nor money. It stopped being relevant come O-level. Why? Because at that point we were just dealing with how things actually interact more so than where on the periodic table they actually were. I only learned that a year or two ago. The more you know. Yeah, the more you know. Fun times. Okay. So, everyone, I am now at brain fry moment. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for chatting with me afterwards. We have had inspiration. I would personally like to see some of the Mistlings join me for our challenge. Now that we have spoken a bit about playlists and what have you, I want to see some of you guys join me on our challenge this month. So there are a lot of ways that you can do an album art cover. You would be amazed what you can put together in Microsoft Word. I'd like to see what you guys come up with. Like, it would be interesting. Yeah. Fun times. Bleh. Thoughts. You know, no side, you do not have to first be good at drawing. The entire point of art challenges is to grow. It's to get better. It's to see what your progress is. They're open to people of all levels. So don't think about what your current level is. Think about, okay, let's take the challenge by the horns and do the thing. That's what it's all about. You're gonna get thrown for that. Yes, Mom. Well, that's the first. I've not been called Mom before. Haha. I've not been called Mom before. Crazy Dragon Lady, yes. Mom, no. I do not know how I feel about that one. Oh boy. Anyway, night, folks. Rest well. And now the panic of responsibility sets in. Yeah, big agree with Harrier. Yeah, guys, please join the art challenges. Join the art challenges. You guys want to be creative? If you want to spread your wings, do the thing. Where you start is irrelevant. Was joke? Okay, okay. Don't you have 2 or 3 VTuber children, not including yourself? Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Technically, yes. Technically, yes. I totally forgot about that. How did I forget about that? Oh dear. I am a terrible mom. Oh boy. You forgot about your VTuber children. Yes. Oh man. I am a forgetful bird. Let's just leave it at that. You left them in the video. Walmart. I think I pulled a classic reptile, and once they hatched, they weren't my problem anymore. Nah. My brain just broke. Pushed them out the VTuber nest. Yeah. Once the eggs hatched and they were free, they were not my problem anymore. Ish. That explains so much about her as a character, doesn't it? About you as a person. I don't know how I feel about that. It's definitely canonically appropriate. For those of you who remember Harrier's species reveal, it's definitely canonically appropriate, yeah. Oh boy. Whew. It'll be fun when we get to see that amongst newcomers to the channel. We don't talk about it much, but it'll be fun when it comes to the newcomers and they find out. Wait, what? You're not a bird? Asterisk question mark, huh? At least one of them is still in the egg. One of them is indeed still in the egg. Dog boy is still in the egg. It's incubating. We don't refer to the giant redacted in the room. Yes, indeed. No. But I think we've left a lot of Easter eggs lying around for that one, so meh. Anyway, guys, it has been fun, but the sun will be rising momentarily, so for now, then another round of nest vacating. Yes, another round of nest vacating needs to happen relatively soon. So animatics first, then getting that last one out of the incubator, as it were. And then we will see how much is left of August by the time we're through all of that madness. And when those Easter eggs hatch, they won't be our problem anymore. Yes, exactly. Reptile mode in action. Yeah. The bird brain with a bad memory and the reptile tendencies. It's hitting hard right now. Anyhoozle. Guys, it is time to call it a day. Thank you so much for being here. The sun is going to start peeking through the clouds soon and very soon. I shall see you tomorrow for work on Stephen Afro's animatic. I will see if I can finalize getting exports on the camera angles for that in the morning so that we can work on more parts later. And yeah, we'll see how far we get on that. Have a good rest. Thank you. Yes. You'll notice that on the schedule for Wednesday and Thursday asterisk, whether it happens or not, depending on IRL chaos. I hope it happens this time. I've not specified which animatics we're working on. It depends on how things go tomorrow, really. I may end up working on Miari's one on Wednesday, and depending on how that goes, I might actually finish putting it together this week, which would be great. And then I can give all of my focus on the offline hours to Stephen Afro's ones, which is also cool. I want to get those out of limbo as soon as possible so that they can continue with actually editing their videos together and have their projects ready to fly as soon as humanly possible. Goals. Rest well and thank you for streams. Thank you for being here. To everyone who has been chatting along, to everyone who has been lurking, to everyone in the VOD squad, big thank yous. Also big thank yous to our channel members who have been supporting via Fourth Wall as well. Big thank yous. You are going to be carrying me in August. You are definitely going to be carrying me in August. So thank you. I hope that we will be able to put in a good chunk more work on Misthaven in August as well, and get a little bit more of a balance between writing work and production work and figuring out how things actually work. Between that and commission work in the following months, because that needs to happen and we need to get the balance right. Yeah, that gives an idea. I don't know what gives an idea, but when Bread gets an idea, it's usually fun. It's either chaos or fun or both. I love it when we give Bread ideas. Look, I love it when everyone gets creative ideas, but Bread generally shares his ideas very quickly, and those are usually fun. Yeah. Does that mean almost everything will be dried up in August? I anticipate needing to spend some time in August working on Sishian's model further, because I'm not 100% sure if I will be able to get that done before the end of July. So definitely early August is 100% going to be dedicated to Sishian. After that, the only things I've got in the current waiting list are a couple of your character here's, which will be like 3 days at most. It's in the chat. You don't look in. Oh no. Fun times. Mwahahaha. Okay, fine. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets. Until such time as the dawn light shall shine upon it, we shall exercise restraint and temper our curiosity. Gasp. But yeah, no, so August is going to be just finishing up with Sishian. Those 4 your character here's. One of them is a 2 character thing in the same request, so it's 2 characters in the same request. And then thereafter, I want to just spend some time working on Misthaven a little bit. So technically speaking, the funding that had been in the commission pipeline, that had been in the holding cell of the commission pipeline until final delivery, still has a little bit of waiting room space in it. But yeah, so at the moment, I've got nothing on the cards for September. At the moment, yet. But we'll see what happens between now and then. Until such time as Sishian is out of the queue, then I am actually still way too full up on deadlines to even think about looking for new work at this stage. Like, I can't think of looking for new work while Sishian is still in the queue. That if there's anything that the last 3 months have taught me, it's that having too many really big projects right on top of each other is difficult. Very, very difficult. Yeah. So yes, I will be looking at managing my capacity a lot more stringently, in the upcoming months, for sure. Because I do want to be able to absolutely dedicate more time to working on Misthaven. I also want to continue working on the Wilhelm model that I'm using to learn with, so that can progress as well. I want to get that done too, preferably relatively quickly. And yeah, we've got a lot to do. In between all of that, I've also got to finish up the Harrier version 2 reference sheet as well. And I'm still figuring out what the stylization on that is going to be. Yeah, let's just say that I need to get that figured out because, man, I'm looking at the goal for Harrier 3D and thinking, okay, stylizing, how is that going to fly? When I finally say, okay, we've got the go button on that request, and I used to be indecisive, but now I'm not so sure. I am still in recovery from spending what feels like 5 years straight just drawing myself over and over and over again for branding, and it's I hate it. I hate it so much. So yeah, the less I have to think about that, the better. At this point, I'm very close to just saying, okay, here are the proportions in flat colors. Do stylizing at your own discretion when it comes to the texture painting. Honestly, I am not far from just saying that to whoever the 3D modeler will be, and the end of that process. I hope Cubed 3D will still be offering commissions by the time I can afford it. But if not, and I need to search elsewhere if that is going to be a thing that I might need to do, because fundraising is, for a non-essential, is a long-term process. But yeah, I need to do the reference for Harrier 2.0 anyway, because I need to do at the very least the flat color version, because I need to do the 3D model for Project Misthaven, which is going to be different from the 3D model, which is going to be the VTuber. So yeah, I'm thinking aloud now. Okay, I'm thinking aloud now, and it's not flying. Everyone, good night. I have spoken for a whole nother 15 minutes. The yap is real. The big yap is real. Good night. Rest well. I shall see you tomorrow for work on Stephen Afro and his animatic. And until then, rest well. I will see you again at 10 p.m. UTC. Night night and cheery bye.